Okay, hello, good morning. Let's see, this is my first time doing a stream on this channel, so I want to make sure that let's see, there we go. I share the link, let's see. Sorry, oops. Just 2 seconds. We're exploring doing these streams on the main channel. Streaming on CodeSandbox channel today. Tweet. Retweet. Oops, not retweet. The retweet. Quote retweet. Streaming. Okay. Yes, we're going to try using the official CodeSandbox channel for this. And we'll see how it goes. So I'm a bit emotional. I've been working on a VS Code collaboration issue, and I thought I kind of show you the actual problem, because I have an idea how to fix it now. But it's been a struggle making it work, and there's a lot of complexity around making collaboration work for VS Code because it's so constrained how VS Code works. So actually collaboration is very straightforward. Like for a web editor, it's like just pop it into place, but for VS Code, it's more challenging. So to explain the challenge, we have VS Code here. VS Code has some code in it. Let's do something very simple. So I might have an H here. That's my code in VS Code. But then we also have inside VS Code. So we're still inside VS Code. So this is the VS Code editor. Let's draw a boundary here. So all of this is VS Code. Let's make it blue. VS Code. But we also have, so there's a version of the document. That's what you see in the actual text editor, which is here. But then there's another version of this document. And this version, let's say it actually states hello. This version of the document is coming from our collaboration, or like our, we call it the picture process. It's the process that runs in our VMs. And here we receive operations, and these operations updates an internal version of the document in memory. And this is the truth. This is what the document should look like inside VS Code. And normally, whenever we receive operations, those operations are sent into the document synchronously and is updated. So they are always the same. Like it's impossible for the user to hit a character in between receiving an operation and applying it to the document. The problem though is that this doesn't happen synchronously in VS Code. It happens asynchronously. So what can happen here is that as we are, so let's imagine that we have, so we apply the first operation. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 operations pending operations. Oh, sorry. So we have 4 pending operations there, and that's ELLO, right? And one thing is if the user doesn't type anything and we apply these operations asynchronously, we will end up with the same document. And if the user types after that, we're perfectly fine. This W and the space can be added just fine to the document. But what can happen here, and what does happen quite often in collaboration, is that the user just types something while we are applying these operations. So let's say I say HA, for example. And now we have an issue. And there's one thing I'm a little bit unsure of still. It's that when we apply these operations to the VS Code document, we apply them as text edits. And these text edits doesn't seem to have any constraints on what the document looks like. It's just at this position, insert this character or remove this character. So that would mean that when these operations are applied, it would look like this actually, which is still correct. But I think there are certain scenarios there where you might get kind of an unexpected result. But that's not the problem. The problem is that what's happening now in this scenario is that ELLO, they are completely swallowed. Like they're like gone. They won't be applied to this document. And as applying this A to this document fails, we do a recovery, which then completely removes them here as well. Because we say that this is the truth. So it basically swallows operations. Yes. So that's one assumption. I don't think it matters that if the user types in between us applying operations, it doesn't cause like a problem. Now, what happens on the other side here is that VS Code will emit events. So let's give that a blue color. It emits events. And these events we use to produce an operation out of them. And what we have typically done now is that we keep a record of all pending operations that is being applied to the document. And then we check when we get an event, is that a pending operation? And if that's a pending operation, we just remove it from the array and we don't do anything with it. But as soon as we get an event that's not a pending operation, we treat that as the user actually typing something. Which works well. But again, that's part of the logic now, but that's just how it should work. Like it needs to do that. We need to figure out when we apply something from the server, that the event is actually already applied to the document. We need to identify that still. But the core thing we have to identify is if the user has typed something while we have pending operations. And that's quite simple, right? Because if the user types A here, we just see it doesn't match any pending operations, but we have pending operations. It means that the user has inserted something. The problem though, even though we identify that, we can't just apply it to this document because it doesn't match. Like an operation has to match the document in terms of its length. So the length there is 5. And if the user hits A here, the length of the document will become, well, it's initially 1. And then we apply the operation. So we get a mismatch. So what we have to do, which is, I'm getting to the idea now, is that we have to transform this operation so that it can be applied on top of the current document. And this is what operational transforms is all about. And we actually have very similar logic inside the picture process on the VM side to handle file system events. So I'm going to apply the same approach to this thing. So what that means is that maybe we can... how should I write this? So no pending, okay. And yeah, how should I type this? Okay, let me try to explain it by words first. So what we're going to do in this specific scenario is that we are getting an A here. So we retain 1 and we get an A. The problem, as I said, this can't be applied to this document. But we have all these other operations. So what we can do is that we can take the current document. Oh, sorry, that's one thing I forgot to say. Okay, before I start explaining the solution, what we keep track of here is we just call a buffer document. So the buffer document would be H here. So the buffer document is a version of what VS Code sees as the truth based on its emitted events. It's not what's actually in the editor, it's based on what's emitted by event. So that means that before we actually handle the event, we can look at what was the state of the code before this event was applied. So what we can do here is that when we receive this thing, we should be able to go through the pending operations. So we can take this document, we can go backwards through these operations, and we can actually apply them in reverse. So basically what would happen here is like, okay, we are reversing number 4, which gives us this. We're reversing number 3, which gives us this. We're reversing number 2, which gives us this. And we're also reversing number 1, which gives us this. And now we see that, oh, this is a match. This is the operation I need to transform from. So that basically means in this case that we need to transform through everyone. So what happens here is that all this logic is OT. So what happens is that this operation is being transformed back up again through these operations. So it changes from, it basically, I guess it would transform like this. So we would retain 1, apply the A, retain 1, retain 2, retain 3, and retain 4. Yeah. And what happens then is that when we apply this operation, we suddenly get A, E, L, L, O. So that's the idea. We just go backwards through the pending operations, find the current version of the buffer document, and then we go back up again and transform the operations so that it fits at the end of the current operation state. And then we just apply it as normal. That is the idea. Yes, so what I wanted to say, there are a few things we need to identify here. So first, so this is the thing, like, how do we identify that the event is an operation? So maybe we can just keep that logic. So the only thing we do is that we add the buffer document and we add this thing. Because we already have this array, I was thinking that we could also use this logic, this backtracking logic, to figure out no, I don't think we... Oh wait, I do think we might need that. Oh wait, there's another issue talking through this. Because what happens now? Okay, okay, we have to keep talking through this. So this is only a partial solution. God damn it. Because what happens now is that, okay, now it does actually apply E. But where does it apply it? That's the question. I would expect it to be applied here, but I don't know. I don't know what VS Code does in this scenario. If it's applied here, we're all good. But there is a chance because when we produced the edit, we said that it was supposed to be inserted here. But I believe VS Code understands that, oh, you wanted to edit that thing, but the user changed the document in the meantime. So we need to transpose that edit event. So now it will be here. VS Code does a lot of that stuff. So this is something to discover. So let's do, which one of these does VS Code actually produce? Yeah. Can we test that somehow? That's the problem. It's really, really hard to write tests for this, because it ties into how does VS Code actually deal with these edits. Yeah, but I think we should just implement this and test it and do some logging to see what the behavior is, so that we can understand it better. Yeah, I'm just reflecting a bit on this last part. But I think we should just log every step here of what's happening. And then I think we should be able to get a good idea of, infer what VS Code actually does here. Okay, so we're going to implement two things. We're going to add the buffer document. And then we're going to add this traversal, like going backwards and forwards, and transform the operation. Yes. And the question is, should we just do our test, continue doing our like live test for this, or can we write some of this logic and test it more efficiently? I think we can write one piece of logic. So if we go here and grab our operations logic, let's see, this is the client. Well, we only need a text operation actually. So let's go and grab the text operation and shove it into a sandbox. Let's just do vanilla TypeScript. Oh, oops. Text operation. So we're going to import text operation from text operation. Not sure why it complained. So we have a new text operation here, and let's just do the same example. So we have okay, so we have a document which currently has H. And then we create one operation that retains one, and then I think I can just do retain one, insert E. Up1, up2 would be retain 2, insert L, and then up3, retain 3, and insert L, and then up4, retain 4, insert O. So the point here is that if we now go through pending ops would be op1, op2, op3, op4. So if we were to console log pending ops, and we would reduce that, giving the initial doc, current doc. So we would say, and then we have the operation. Yeah. And we would just say op apply on the current doc. That transforms it to the new version. Yeah, and then we get hello. Great. Now what we want to do is to create this intermediate operation, which is this, it retain one, and then we had an A, and we want to make this work on top of this. So if we just keep hello there, and yeah, and now let's imagine that the document is actually hello. These have been applied to the document, but they are still pending. They haven't been applied to the VS Code document. So when I do retain one insert A, we need to first find, okay, so this is the OT doc, and then we have VS Code doc or buffer doc. I don't like buffer, it's so generic. VS Code, like it's an event doc. It's based on the event. So the events knows that we have H. So what we need to do is we need to matching doc equals events doc, and then we have to say for, I guess we have to move backwards. Yeah, let's just do a for loop of for x equals pending ops.length, I guess -1. As long as x is more equal to 0, we're going to go backwards. And then pending op would be pending ops x. And what we need to do is that we need to reverse it. Yeah, so matching doc would be OT doc, sorry. It would be the thing that's the operations has already been applied to. And then we need to, well, first we're going to check matching doc equals events doc. Yeah, let's function get matching doc or get pending operation index. So we need to know which operation do we need to move from. And we have events doc, and we have, it's a string, and we have OT doc, which is a string. So if these two actually are the same, what should we return then? Because then we don't actually need to okay, let's just, if they match, we just return -1 because we don't need to do anything. But in this case, we are going to say matching doc OT doc equals events doc, return -1. So matching doc would now be pending op dot reverse. Oh, isn't there like a, oh sorry, invert. and it needs I guess matching doc, and then if matching doc equals events doc, we return X, or we'll return -1. Okay, let's try this. Get pending operation index. A good thing we tested this. This will be horrible to write directly in VS Code. Events doc and OT doc. Let's see. What's this complaining about? Oh, apply to matching doc. There we go. Oh, there's a problem with the code? What the hell? Wow. This is bad. Why is this happening? Yeah, I did continue on a very, very old... No. Wow, this is completely out of whack. Yeah, I continued on a... No, I created a new sandbox. Why is this failing? I'm going to... There's an issue with the live service, I'm pretty certain. Wow, that's really bad. That's weird. Anyways, so now we got 0, and that's correct, because that's the matching. That's the one we expected. And so what we can do now is and we can say in const transform from operation index. Transform from operation index. Okay, so now we know this is the index we're going to apply transformations from. So what we need to do now is say let transformed up. I guess we can just say this, and then we're going to go through let's see, X equals transformed operation index, as long as it's pending ops.length and then X++. So now we're going to change this, and we're going to op would be pending ops, well, pending ops X, and now we would say transformed formed op equals text operation transform. And this is where I'm unsure, because transforming operations is like you have a right side and left side and stuff. So this is what we basically just have to figure out. So we're just going to try to transform it, and we're going to transform, like, I don't know if it's going to be the transformed op first and then the pending op or whatever. We'll figure it out. Okay, so let's see what this resulted in. Now it says that, oh, it's actually correct. So what should be possible now is that we have we have hello. That's the OT doc. So what should be possible now is that we should be able to use this. So the final test here is that we apply this to the OT doc. And there we have it. exactly what we needed. Okay, but again, this is on the assumption that VS Code doesn't mess up this thing, which it might do. And what would happen then is, okay, so let's just talk about, we're going to use this code, but let's just talk about, okay, what if VS Code doesn't, so this operation E, adding the E, that will be a text edit for VS Code that states that insert this this E at the position of A. But as I said, I assume that VS Code, if it has changes while it's applying text edits, it will transpose those, because it has a lot of transposition already. Things like if you apply a decoration to VS Code and you start typing, that the decoration automatically moves. But if it doesn't do that, then we suddenly get a document that is completely invalid. Like, there's no match for it. There's no way for us to apply this A. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't. Like, so we are going to have a fallback here. So if we identify an operation that's not pending, and we are unable to find, be able to like match the current buffer document with the history here, we're going to fall back to diffing, which means that we will create a diff and yeah, which is not ideal, because that will, yeah. The really annoying thing is that live share from the Microsoft team is working pretty nicely. We looked at the code. It does have some resyncing, like it can fail as well, but they do use operational transforms. But they are implementing this tightly to VS Code, and they actually know how VS Code works. And ideally, we have a very generic implementation of operational transforms, because VS Code isn't the only thing that uses this. And then we just have, ideally, like, it should be a very minimal thing to get this running. But what I don't understand looking at the live share code is how they deal with exactly this, because everything is working just fine for us, and we have a quite simple implementation. It's just this specific scenario that we're not handling. And looking at the share code, I just can't see how they deal with this, because it doesn't matter like what this is, and maybe they do something with the, so it's called content changes. The event has content changes, so maybe they do something with that somehow, because that's also, just to talk about that, that's also a strategy, I think, is that whenever we identify this happening, like basically we're not able to apply this operation to the current OT document, we rather would that be a simpler solution? Would that actually work? No, that wouldn't work. That wouldn't work. So we, yeah. So what we do is we keep the content changes in an array, and then so we don't keep the operation. We just keep the content changes, because the content changes doesn't really know about like how the document should look like. It's just a position in the document that you make a change. So we could keep that in an array, and then when we're done with the pending operations, we could check, do we have any pending changes? And then we would apply those to the document. We should also get it. Okay, let's try that first. Yeah, we're going to do a quick test because that's a minimal change. Okay, let's get in. So I didn't explain that very well, but the point is we get some content changes from VS Code that we transform into an operation. But if we don't do that, we just see that, well, we still convert it into an operation, but we see that, hey, it doesn't match any pending operations. We have pending operations and it doesn't match any of them. We just keep it in an array. And as soon as we're done managing the pending operations, we take those content changes again, but then we produce the operation out of the new version of the buffer document. Yeah, let's try that. So I'm going to git state. I'm just going to reset everything I did here. And then let's just do that simple thing first. Because in theory, that should actually work. Where the hell is the process change event? Okay, so we have our incoming. Yeah, private pending user changes. So this would be an array of read-only VS Code. What's it called? Text document. I can't remember what it is. It's select handle incoming operation text document change. Yeah, so the thing is that this is so complicated, the code that we have here now. And I was hoping we could simplify it because people don't understand, even though I commented it a ton, like it's just so complicated and it feels that it doesn't have to. What the hell is this? This is a read-only text document content change event. There we go. So now when we process the, here we have it. We have a pending operation. Yeah. So here we would say this dot push event dot content changes. God damn it. Text document content change events. Sorry. So okay, let's. God damn it. Oh, this happens when user has typed something in between applying operations. Okay, so I want to really change this code, but we have to find a solution for the problem first, and then we can try to. That's the tricky thing. It's like it's so complex. It's so insanely complex. So putting it all like up here, and especially refactoring, and still take care of all the issues, because we also have issue with is dirty. So VS Code is really, really bad in terms of implementing this kind of logic, because you don't have, first of all, it's async, and the events are like, okay, if you have an event, it will have the change, but the document isn't dirty yet. That comes on a separate event after it, which has no changes. It just indicates that it's dirty. So we also have this logic for tracking dirty state. And we need to know that because VS Code watches the file system, and we need to know, and when it watches the file system and updates itself, it triggers an event, but we don't want to create an operation out of that. Yeah, but I have a feeling that having this buffer document is going to simplify a lot of this. Because then we can rather yeah, but it's so tricky. Because that file system event might occur before we update the OT document in VS Code, so we couldn't even so you could argue that let's just match it. Like, does this operation produce the same document that we already have? If it does, we don't apply a new operation to it. But the problem is that we don't know when that file system event occurs compared to when the OT document is updated in VS Code. So if the VS Code document is old or hasn't received an update yet, then we wouldn't have a match, and we would produce an operation, and you would get like duplicate code. I think it's incredibly tricky, or like it's fragile. That's the thing. So in this case, we have to know, and that's how we identify it. Like, when does VS Code update from the file system? Well, it's when we get a change event, but the document isn't dirty. Because VS Code only updates from the file system if the file isn't dirty. It's incredibly tricky. Anyways, we had this pending user changes. So what we're going to do is, where we have our logic for handling the incoming operation, we are going to await applying this edit. And then after we apply that edit, we are going to check if this incoming applied operations length this is also a thing. Like, we don't even know if, okay, so if I await applying the edit, can I be guaranteed that the applied operation has been processed by the event on the other side before hitting this line of code? Like, this is what makes it so incredibly tricky. But we can check that. So let's assume that's how it... Oh, what the hell did happen here? Oh. So if no length and this dot pending user changes length, we are going to produce user changes. And we're going to use the current state of the OT document. So it's basically this code, but the content is, oh yeah, sorry. Content changes. So, and content will be the current picture doc, which is picture doc OT client document. So it does that, it applies it, it updates the picture doc, it has the next operation, applies it, console.log applying pending user change. Let's see if that runs first. And we are just going to log a little bit more so everybody understands. Handled incoming operation, that's where this happens. And this is applying user change. Okay, so let's not git reset harm, but pm build and debug console, debug, and then debug. So I have my other computer here. Yeah, it's so complicated. Yeah, because like I talked about the file system, that's the other complexity of this, is that the VS Code extension is connected using SSH. So it means that it doesn't read the file system off of our VM process. It just reads it directly through SSH, and it also saves directly to through SSH. So it kind of bypasses our collaboration logic. So we're putting our collaboration logic. This is how LiveShare works as well. It's kind of put on top of this, which makes it tricky. Because in the web editor, everything comes through the collaboration protocol. That's the truth. There is no like secondary thing. It was blah blah. And let's see here. Oh, I was so frustrated yesterday. Oh, you have no idea. Handled incoming operation. So yeah, handle incoming operation. When I do this, applying user change, and this is just fine, right? But now I'm going to do my epic test. Handle in applying user change. So we need to try to reproduce. Do we have the other thing happening there? Yeah, there we go. Oh, this isn't. Okay, so there's something applying user change. Handle the incoming operation. I have a feeling. Oh, I didn't log that. Adding pending user change. It seems that it actually hit this thing. That could happen. Okay, we're going to log handling event, and then we have this dot pending user changes, and we have this incoming length, just to see what the state is. But yeah, this definitely. Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. I don't think this necessarily happens. Okay. So I have a feeling that this should also happen down here. Because in this case, the event fails because it wasn't able to convert a change event to operation. How can this ever happen? Yeah, I'm actually not sure how this can happen. This should, yeah, okay, so we're going to change this. This can't really fail. It should rather be an else. Because if we have a pending operation, we need to handle it. And if it doesn't match, it means that it's a pending user change. I'm not sure how this can this actually fail? No, it can't fail. Yeah, okay. No, that's interesting. Okay, let's try again. And we'll refresh. Oh, what the hell happened? There we are. Let's just remove everything, do the thing. Oh, I need my debug console. Applying user chain. Oh, it broke horribly. Okay, adding. Okay, nice. So we adding pending user change. So yeah, where did I actually log the other thing? Yeah. Adding pending user change. I wonder why this failed. OT document differs from provided content. Oh, is it? Yeah. Pending incoming operation. Okay. Yeah, because we're not using this buffer document approach. Differs from provided content. But that means... Where did that? OT document differs from provided content. Thinking, where is that coming from? We don't even have like, what's it called? What's it called? Source maps, which is not good. I think this is coming from here. No, that was a length. Thinking. It's just that I don't want to go in here and do a bunch of refactoring. I really just want to test this first. I just wonder, OT document differs from provided. Oh yeah, this is the problem. Because whenever we get a new operation, we're providing the VS Code document, but this might be wrong, right? We might be in intermediate state. So this is something I want to actually remove later. But if we just say document applied to here, this will always work. And it's not us trying to make incoming operations fit with VS Code. It's about making VS Code fit with the OT documents. I think we had kind of a wrong strategy there. But at least now I think we should see some more logs. So yeah, I'm just emphasizing that we're doing intermediate thing here just to get control of the thing. So let's do this. Handle. Let's just, oops. Do we get, we should highlight that other comment a bit better. There we go. Handling event. That's very interesting. Like we're handling the event. It has no pending operations and it has no pending user changes. And then we're trying to apply that user change and then it just doesn't work. Why? How could this be? How could this be wrong? Because we're not doing anything async here, so we couldn't have. So when we make this check, if we have a pending incoming operation, there's no way when we get down here that we suddenly have a pending incoming operation. So that doesn't make any sense that it can error here, because we don't have any. Well, it could be the issue I talked about, where when we apply the operation, it's actually inserted in the wrong place. It's about here. I made a user change. Well, that's the thing. Like, is there anywhere here where there's no adding pending user change? Incoming operation. Adding pending user change. Like it never has a pending user change. So that makes me question what the fuck is happening. How can that suddenly be wrong? We're handling incoming operations just fine. And we're applying user change, everything's good. But suddenly it's wrong. But what we can do here, we can say, this always helps, what the fuck? And then we can see what the hell is the text here? And what is the text in the picture document? Why the hell didn't that work? Well, I guess we need to do operation. Yeah, we need to do like a tiny try catch around there. Throw error. Oops. Throw error. So what did it try to say? And we'll do just a comma here so we can see better. Okay, this is... Because this wasn't the scenario I described, that you made an intermediate change. Well, it doesn't help that we have to figure out that it's dirty, because that means that we process events asynchronously as well, because we have to wait for the next event, and we do that with a, what's it called? Micro task, a promise resolve. We just wait for a promise resolve. It would be nice to kind of get it. Oh, there we go. Oh, now, and this is something. Adding pending user change. Okay. But I guess this is nice. What the hell is that error? Handling event. Why didn't it hit? Why didn't it get down here? Handling event. Ooh. I don't understand this. There's no code here that could trigger that error. Or it would have to be this one. Oh, can this actually error? Oh. Yeah, I guess this apply. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I'm just wondering if we actually need to change this into the buffered approach first, because what I believe is happening now is that we are we're handling the, where is it? We're handling the event and we run this. Yeah, you see this, we're running apply, and that's happening here. And since we're not catching that, yeah, because we have a pending operation, we're trying to see if it fits. And then it fails. But do we really need pending incoming operation content here? Like, we want this operation to be... Yeah. I think this is wrong. Like, this should actually be the buffered contents. So maybe we could refactor that. Live operation code. So live operation code means... What's bad name? Is it I think it's the contents after the change was made. But then these content changes. So we had, god damn. Okay, I didn't think that would fail. The thing is that we added a pending user change. Which means that these content changes, they don't really match the contents here. Yeah, I think it needs to be buffered. Yeah, okay. Let's just add that thing because we need that anyways. Let's add the private event buffered document. Document by event. I don't like these terms like buffers and stuff. Documents by events. Like, I feel very smart when I write buffer document, but nobody understands what the hell is that used for. The problem is that this version of the document isn't... God damn, this doesn't help. God damn it. Because this is the version of the document before the event is handled. Let's just use this VS Code get text. Or content, sorry. Yeah. I'm starting to get into the same mode I was in yesterday. Like, this is too much. Rejected promise. Oh, interesting. Yeah, okay. So, okay, cool. So now that worked, but now it's more the adding pending user change. Oh, yeah. Oopsie. That's actually a quite simple thing. I forgot to, of course, when we go through this, pending user change length equals 0. Like we've been going through them again and again. Let's see. Like I don't think, yeah, I don't know. Like it's such an emotional ride. Starting questioning myself as a developer. All those feelings. Yeah, there. Ooh. Handling event, adding pending user change. Applying user change. Oh, this is interesting. So we're here, handling an event. Oh, we should log one more thing. I find this a little bit weird. This doesn't, you see this? This doesn't seem to decrease. Why the hell does this logic run then? Right? Just a bunch. Yeah, incoming applied operations length. If no incoming applied operations length. It's almost like this. Oh, sorry, adding. Sorry, I thought it was. But where the hell is this? Yeah, this doesn't really help me, does it? This is an async issue. It should be this thing. But that's, where the hell is this? Generator, NLRL. Yeah, which, process queue. Not handled. Okay, so it could be, yes. This is also a problem. It gets worse. So apply operation to model. So to be able to create the edits, we actually go to the model and we go and grab the text of the model. But that operation does not necessarily match the current state, like because we're adding pending user changes here. So the state of the model is not what you can apply that operation to. And yeah, so we're going to try something. We're not going to pass the doc. We are just going to pass again. We're just going to pass. Oh, are we? Oh yeah, sorry. We're just going to pass it the actual contents. And the same here. We're just going to add, we're just going to produce the edits based on the current state of picture or the OT document. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's make that specific model EOL. What the hell is that? End of line. VS Code. Okay. So we're going to say, I'll just say model code and then EOL. Where's the model? What did we do? This.vs code doc EOL. Yeah. Cool. So this is also a thing. Like when we produce the text edit, I haven't actually thought about this. When we produce the text edit, we produce it based on the current state of the document. But that operation might not apply to it. So again, VS Code has to deal with this. So you're just getting an edit, and that edit is just... so edits are... text edit. It's just a range. It doesn't have any expectations on the length of the document. So so we kind of, the way I think about this is that we just have to, yeah, we can't trust the contents of the document, like the actual VS Code document. We can't use that for anything because it's in a bad state. Or possibly in a bad state. Did we do any pending? No, of course we didn't. It's like, did it work now? And then, no, it didn't work. I just haven't produced the issue. Come on. Oh, there we have the issue, I think. Yeah, adding pending user change. It's just mounting up. Why is it mounting up? So it's just like the, this is interesting. It looks to me that we are applying. Yes, no, wait, this is it. This is why we need a buffer document, because what happened now is that the yeah, exactly. Wait, this makes sense, because the operation we produced here is based on the document. The OT document, but when it's applied to VS Code, it's a different operation that we're producing on the other end. So we can't match them. Okay, that makes sense. We can't match them. So the only way to actually... Yeah, no, I'm getting more and more confident about my approach. Okay, this is how we need to do it, because we have to apply that thing to the operations immediately, or to the OT document, which we do here. So whenever we identify user change, we immediately apply it to the... We don't do it like after the fact, which just adds complexity. Okay, so we're going to do it my way, or the initial way. The only thing that we should keep is the dirty thing. So, yeah, so this, yeah, let's just make it. I like to name things to what they are. So we have the document based on events, and then we have to make sure that when we okay, we need to... Oh, how should we do this? Because this is async. I'm not really sure why we have this apply edit queue. But yeah, we're going to see what we can do about all this async logic that we currently have, because we don't really want that in the OT. Ideally, you shouldn't have it in the OT library. It should be client specific. Well, arguably, like we wanted to make, it's called Picture Client, the library we use to consume the VM. And we kind of wanted to support everything there, especially with collaboration, because it's very tricky to get collaboration to work, as you can see here. And what if we could just make it work inside Picture Client? But I think we need to make it work outside first and simplify Picture Client, and then we can rather see how does it actually need to work from the outside, and then see if we can alleviate that. Because yeah, what we need to do here is update VS Code from potentially dirty picture. Yeah, so yeah, no, oh, okay. So we can just say here, this document based on events, it starts out as picture doc OT client document. So this is what we... Oh, God damn it. So here we actually... So the thing is, when you start VS Code, we might have a dirty version of the document inside our VM process. And that's what we're applying here. But of course, this will trigger an event. And we shouldn't... Because this is a different problem. Like when you open a document in VS Code on SSH, you might not be connected to Picture yet, and you might make some changes there, which also adds to the complexity of this. So how would we... No, but that would actually be solved with this logic. So what I think we should do here, over a picture with VS Code. Okay. what should we do? We need to set the initial. We need to set the initial state of the document. When do we do that? Do we do that when we connect it to? Oh, I don't want to add this complexity now. Let me just. So if you were to, if we started out with an empty. Yeah, no, sorry. This should just be this VS Code doc get text. And then we need to do this last. So we register all our handlers, and then we go and we fix the document, which means that it starts out being what the VS Code thinks it is. Then we register our handlers, and then we run the logic that will apply edits, which triggers the as if the user was typing. So this is how it should be. Cool. So we have that, and now we want to make sure handle incoming operation. Okay, cool. So we have this stuff. We don't need this anymore. This was just a test. Oops. Oh, I'm getting hungry. So we want to, so we are going to completely trust the OT document here. When we get an incoming operation, we grab that operation, and this is something to be removed if this works. We get the operation, we don't need to we need to pass incoming applied operations, but we're going to remove it from the list with a different mechanism, and then we just apply it, and we cross our fingers that VS Code, if you made any intermediate changes, it handles that. If it doesn't handle that, then we're pretty fucked. Let's see. Cool. So now we're just applying it, and now when we, let's see, handle text document change. Yeah, so this is where I'm a little bit unsure, because when we produce, I think we should just keep this. If pending change. Yeah. So this is the code. The responsibility of this code is to deal with a dirty check and ensure that when we do process the event, we process the event with the actual content of the editor at the time the event occurred. That's what this code guarantees. And we need to do that. So what we rather want to go ahead and do is to deal with actually processing change events. So here we have our FS handler. And then we have the pending incoming operations, but we're not going to do that anymore. We're going to use our newfound logic. And where should we start? Maybe I should eat something first. Maybe I should eat something. No, let's plan this. So, okay, so let's imagine we're getting an incoming, let's look at our drawing. So let's imagine we're getting an incoming operation. It's applied. And we have our buffer document. And we want to know if this, yeah, okay, so first we basically need to, I don't think we need to do this. I don't think we need, yeah, let's remove the logging. The first thing that needs to happen is for us to actually produce operation. And then we need to check new document by event. By events. Based on events, by events. That's funny. Document by events. So what the hell? What's happening here? It crashed? Oh well. Yeah, so we are going to say operation apply. Oh yeah, sorry. Oh, we can actually use new code. So this is not really operation, it's operation and new code. So we can say, yes, we already have new code. And what we can do now is say if new code equals this picture doc OT client document, it means that everything's okay. This incoming applied operations. Yeah, though what's interesting is maybe like this is such an edge case, but technically there could be like 10 operations there, and in operation 5 you happen to be in the state of operation 10. Yeah, so I think the best possible check for this is that we are going to this first piece of logic should clean the operations, the pending operations. And what we need to do here is so what we need to do is for this dot pending, incoming applied operations length. I'm just going to inline this now. So what we need to do, we need to try to, so what we know is that this document by events, that is always a version of the OT document. That's really important. Like this is not, this document should always be a version of the OT document at some point in time. Well, not even at some point in time, but even at some point handling incoming operations. Yeah. So the point here is that we need to... Okay, so two things can happen here. It could be the actual incoming operation, which means that it will happily incoming applied equals... Oh my god. So two things can happen here. It can be successful. Like we can say if incoming applied operation oh yeah, sorry. Let's fix that first. So incoming applied operation should just be the operation. That's something we need to fix. Oh. Blah, blah, blah. Where are we applying it? Operation. And this is only the operation. There we go. And where are we? Yes. So when we apply that to this document by events, and that equals, let's see, and let's get OT document would be this picture doc OT client document. So if incoming applied operation, if we update the document by events with the incoming applied operation, and that equals not the OT document. Oh yeah. God damn it. How it doesn't, it shouldn't match the latest state of the OT document. Well, I guess, should it? No. It would maybe be easier if we just had... Okay. So we have last... So what we need, like we need this version of the document. Like we have pending operations, but we need the version of the document of the first pending operation. And the way we get that is with the logic we created. Kinda. Yeah, let's just write it. God damn it. How should we write this? So when we run this logic, we need to know what is the document based on events coming from VS Code, what is the current picture, OT document, and what is the document state from the first operation that's pending. Because that is the thing that will allow us to figure out if we have handled an incoming operation or not. Is not by looking at the operation itself, because we just experienced that fails because you might have an intermediate change in VS Code and then the operation changes on the other side. So we need to look at the actual contents. So I guess we can call it pending document. And that would be for, I'm just going to X the hell out of this. And this is going to be the opposite. This incoming applied operations length -1, as long as X is more or less than 0, X minus minus. So here we're going to do this logic where we run through and invert. I should change the name of this. Sorry. So the pending document is actually incoming applied operation, invert it to, oh yes, sorry. So this will be this.picturedoc OT client document, and then we're going to revert this. Why are you complaining? Oh yeah, sorry. Apply. Yeah, sorry, invert and yeah, and apply to, sorry. Yeah, exactly. Invert it and apply that invert to the document. So now we are using the pending operations history to move back to what was the state of the OT document at the first operation. And what we can do now is that we can check for every incoming applied operation. We can check, is the document now equal to the pending document? And if that is the case, it means that, cool, we can now, we can just say this is now a slice of this. How does slice work? Was it like, does it include or exclude? I always forget. Slice 1. Okay, so it includes. So we need to do +1. Okay, so in this scenario, we have a single pending operation. That pending operation has been applied successfully to the document, and we hit this piece of code. We have created do we even use this operation yet? I'm going to move this. Yeah, so I don't think we actually need this yet. Sorry. So we have a pending operation that's coming from another user. We have applied it to the document, and VS Code emits that as an event. And now we go in, and the OT document now has that operation already applied. So in this case, we would have a document, let's say the other user hit H. So that's how the document looks like at this point. And then we go in and we revert that operation so that the pending document now becomes nothing. And then, because then we have the initial state of the document, and then we're going to check. What are we going to check? Are we going to check? No. And this should be this documents by events. No, sorry. It should be the God damn it. Now I'm confused. So now we have the initial state, and we want to figure out if the change that was just made to the document, we can just use the content, right? So we're getting the current content and we want to figure out. So the content is age and the OT is age. And you could argue that why don't we just check those two and then return? We could do that, but that wouldn't handle all the other cases. So we're just going to write one piece of logic that handles any case. But do we really care about the... No, I think this is the right way to do it. I don't think we need this yet. So we're just going through incoming applied operations. And we're checking if... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Sorry. So we're getting some new contents here. This would be a document, new document by events. Is this document? So this document by events is now empty because nothing has been applied yet. And then we say we apply the incoming operation to that thing. And then we check, is now the content of VS Code, is that equal to this thing? And if that's the case, we can update the incoming applied operations. And we consider ourselves done. We have identified an incoming operation. We don't need to do anything more. We can write some comments for this. But if we're unable to find, if we're unable to get a match for the document, it means that the user has either just inserted something, an event, or it means that the user has made a change. Well, it basically just means that the user has inserted something. And that's something we want to be able to be added to the current state of the OT document. That's all. And by default, if there's no operations, incoming applied operations, that will just work. Oh yeah, one thing that's missing here is we have to say this dot documents by events is new documents by events. So now we know that it still matches OT document. We have still within that guarantee. But okay, so now the user has inserted something, and we want to make sure that this operation fits with the current OT document. And the only way to make sure it fits with the current OT document is that we transform it just like we did here. Get pending operation index. Let's copy this. So again, we're going to inline this. I think actually that makes more sense. So we're going to say let what are we doing here? Yeah, we need to know which operation we're going to transform from. pending, well, incoming operation. What did we call it? Incoming applied operation index is -1, but we're going to so it's -1, so we don't need to do this. And this is going to be, what I find interesting is that we already, oh no, sorry, we didn't do that. So we have this dot incoming applied operations length. So the matching doc would be multi-client document. We break. Why? Oh yeah. Okay. So what we're doing here is the user has typed something, and now we have to make sure that operation can be applied. So first we need the incoming operation index. So we need to know if this dot document by events. So what we do first is that we have to figure out what historic operation do we need to transform from. Like, so when this is -1, it just means we don't need to. We can just apply it directly. So that would mean if incoming applied operation index equals -1, just add it. That's perfectly safe. But if it has an index, it means that we need to iterate and transform that operation and before we can apply it. And let's return from that. And applying it just means doing this thing. It's really scary to do this just before lunch. I think I'm going to have like a complete breakdown initially. Oh. And then we'll see what we do about it. And this is the content we're applying it to. And then we have the operation. Oh, wait, we can actually just make this. Yeah, we don't have to be so explicit about this. We can rather say, yeah, because it's -1, right? So we can just say incoming applied operation index. This dot incoming applied operations length. Again, we need a pending op. And we have the transformed operation. And that's the thing we're actually going to apply. Where did it go? So this would be the content, and this would be the transformed operation. And we don't need any of this stuff. Of course, we should do try catch around the whole thing. Oops, don't need that. Okay, I think we should inline this, but I'm going to do something. Let's see. First of all, let's do a try catch around it. Try catch. So what we're going to do here, I'm going to actually shove this stuff into scopes. Then I'm going to describe what they're doing, because this is complicated. To identify if an event is related to a pending incoming operation, we cannot just compare operations, as the user might have typed something in between. We rather need to check if we have a matching document at some we rather need to check if we have a matching document. As multiple incoming operation, as we might have multiple incoming operations, we traverse backwards to figure out where we have a match, removing any incoming operations up to that point. Resolving by removing them from the array. Okay, so that's what we're doing here. And then we have this other thing. So this is something we need to share, but this thing here, I believe to only be part of the scope. So we are going to say, if we have incoming operations, we let's see. So this is to figure out which operation we need to transform from. If we have incoming operations and the user at this point, we know the user made a change. But the user might have made a change in between handling incoming operations. That means at this point we know the user made a change, but the user might have made a change in between handling incoming. That means we need to transform the operation so that it fits so that we guarantee it fits with the current OT document. We do this by taking the current OT document and inversing it backwards until it matches the current oh, good thing we wrote that, because we have to we apply that to the client, and we also say this document by events is operation apply. Yeah, kind of annoying that this is like that should always be there. I'm not sure why it can be undefined. Why can it be undefined? I think it's just a quirk of this code. yeah, like if there aren't any changes, we don't get an operation. So yeah, maybe we can just in the code, if no operation, we just return no events. And then operation. There we go. Okay. So finally, when we apply to the client, we also apply that operations to our yeah, because this is interesting. Like, what do we actually apply to document by events? We don't apply the transformed one. We actually apply this one. And the reason we do that, well, we could even just say new code here. Since we get the new code, it's already been done. Because the operation we transform is to make it compatible with the OT document. This document, the document by events, is I think we should actually use it. It just keeps us within the realm of operations. This document is now might be behind in time, right? But we've applied this operation for sure. But now we just transform it so that it's also compatible with the OT document. So when we deal with the pending operations, like we still have this change in there. So basically we guarantee an eventual consistency between this and the picture OT document, the OT document. Okay, I think that's it. Matches the current. We do this by taking the current OT document and inversing backwards, inversing until it matches the current document based on events. And yeah, because that is the operation that allows us to transform, to start transforming the event into something compatible with the current OT state. Yeah, so again, transformed up, we can put this into scope and explain that we transform the operation by the matched pending operation up until the current state of the OT document, guaranteeing eventual consistency between document by events and the OT document. All right. Let's okay, we have to test it. First, let's build it. Let's have a terminal in there. Oh, my trackpad is low on battery. Again, I'm very hungry, so if like everything completely breaks here, I'm going to get very upset. And then, but I have to detach and get some food, and then We'll see if we can figure out if this can work at all. Oh, come on. Sometimes that fails for some reason. I'm not sure why. Oh yeah, I think it's when my JVT token is expired. Oh my god, my god, my god. Okay, so let's just try. Immediately breaks. Oh, can't read proper. Oh, I think I just have an index mistake here. Because it was trying to transform it. Transform. Why did it try to? I have x equals -1. Oh, sorry. That shouldn't be -1. That should actually be the length of. Yeah. It should be the length because we're. Oh, this is a little bit. Maybe we should rather have like a check. I think. Yeah, because -1 means there is nothing there. So if incoming applied operation index equals -1, I think we can just be very explicit about that. We don't need to do. Yeah, so we can say not equal to -1 because -1 means nothing. Like we don't need to do this traversal. It's a little bit cryptic. I don't quite like it. Yeah, I think we can say null. This can be either a number or it can be null. And then we say not equal to null. That's more explicit. Okay, let's try again. Let's try again. So, for fuck's sake. Hopefully we just have some minor, god damn it. I just feel it. I'm not going to eat. I'm going to get more and more upset. And then we're pretty much fucked here. So where did this happen? Well, of course it happened here, but exactly where did it happen? I guess it happened. Yeah, let's just console log some stuff. Applying content transformed up. And we can look at this picture doc. OT client document. So that's one thing. But I think what actually happened here is that it actually went down here while it should actually have matched up here. So I did something wrong here. Because we did have incoming applied operations. I should rename this. Let's just call it incoming operations. Well, it's kind of pending. Ah, God damn it. Let's not do that now. So we are, oh, sorry. So here we are actually going to identify if, oh, by the way, does this return, we have a scope here. Does this return this scope as well? Let's just see. Anyways, incoming applied operations, new document by events. We apply it to new documents by events. And then we check if it's equal to the content. I'm a little bit unsure on this one. Because if I send an operation in, and I make a change in the meantime, oh yeah, I would actually get, yeah. So it might be doing this scoping thing. Let's see if we get a hit. Identified incoming. These two should be the same. And I'm going to add trying to match new document by events with the content. I'm just going to check this, and then let's do this, and let's try again. Like, it's just impossible to test this properly. I could split it up and test something, but at the end of the day, we have to figure out what's actually going to work. Okay, so it's trying to match age with something. So my mind must have been. Why didn't it update? When we apply that, shouldn't that created age? Oh, but look at this. But the content doesn't have the age. What? How is that possible? Wow, I think we just, this is interesting. VS Code get text. Wow, that is baffling. Wait, there's something went wrong here. I'm just going to refresh. Let's see. So, yeah. So this content coming in here isn't actually correct. Wow, I didn't know that. So, oh shit. Wow. So, okay. So the thing is, we're actually getting 2 events here. And wow, that's crazy. We're getting 2 events. One event for the actual change and one event for the dirty state. But it turns out that current VS Code content code event was applied to. It doesn't actually contain the changes. Pending change.content. So what does this mean? This is so complicated. Apply to code. I'm confused. Why didn't it contain the age? I'm going to check one more thing. What are the actual content changes here? Or the event? What's the actual event? I saw there was an issue with VS Code. Like, why don't you just put the dirty state on the event that caused it to be dirty? Why does it have to be a separate event with no content changes? It just makes things so radically more difficult for everyone else. And I guess it was just a decision made at some point. And I'm not saying like they're douchebags or anything like that, but it's just freaking annoying. Okay, so the content change actually contains it. Okay, so this is very interesting. We actually have a major bug here. So for some reason, when we get the event, code event, so that I believe that to be what's happening here is that we're getting down here because it's not dirty on the first event. Then we make it a pending. And then we say code event was applied to. Yeah. So we actually need to, I thought we needed to kind of look at the contents from does it really need to be like this? I don't think we need to keep track of that. I think what I was trying to do here is what the fuck? What I was trying to do here is because we have this promise resolve here. Yeah, but then this shouldn't trigger, right? So actually we get down here in pending change and then yeah. I think this is wrong. This should just be current VS Code content. It should not be the content from the dirty file. It should be the content that is related to this event. Yeah. Okay. Wow. That's so confusing. Why does it work like this? Let's see. I have my... Yeah. Identified incoming. Okay, nice. Oh. What the hell? Okay, something weird happened on my other computer. So we'll need to update that document and refresh. Oh, I think... Oh, there we go. Yeah. So there's something we're not doing. Trying to match identified. Okay, let's just... wow, that was interesting that we found that. Identified incoming. Great. Identified incoming. Great. But then it tried matching HE. Now it's wrong again. What the fuck is going on there? It doesn't have the change. What the hell? Why doesn't it have the change? I'm... because this should... Yeah, there's the E. What the fuck? What is happening? Oh, is this why they have the buffered contents? Okay, so we're going to change this. We're not going to process a change event with content. We're just going to... Yeah, hello, good morning, afternoon, whatever the case may be. We are not going to rely on content here. This is why we have this document by... Yeah, depending on where you are. So we don't need this stuff. We're going to completely depend on... okay, so pending change can now just be the event. Let's see. Let's just fix this. Yeah, sorry. Pending event. So that would be the pending event. Pending event. Pending event would be the event. And then pending event, pending event. Oh, and then we can just do pending event equals event, pending event. We don't need this anymore. We don't need this anymore. And we don't need this anymore. The thing is that we need to build up the current content based on so we need to do this at the very beginning. So the content will be this document by event. So this thing is in sync with VS Code. So that will always so that means do we ever need the old contents? We have to make sure that we actually update it. So do we ever, yeah, this dot document by events. Okay. So current document by events equals this document by events. This is before applying the change, which is what we need. How should we separate this? So here we actually use the old contents. Okay. Let's call it prev document by events. And then we just make sure that we update it immediately. Yeah, again, if no operation, it means that there aren't any changes, so we shouldn't do anything. And then we say this document by events equals operation apply this documents by events. And then what we need to make sure of now is that whenever we reference this, it's the previous document by events. And this would be this document by events. And we can keep this to see if it actually matches. And this will be this document by event. Yeah, this is what I was a little bit confused by, why I started using the VS Code contents. I think I do the same here. We don't need to do that. And we don't need to do this either. And then we say this document by event. Okay. I think we refactored that correctly. Yeah, we don't need this. Cool. Let's try again. And let's refresh. Identified incoming. Yeah. So now that's working. What if I type something here? Applying. Applying. Okay, nice. So now for the big test. Oh, failing. Okay, so it's still freaking failing, but at least now we have logic that should deal with this scenario. We just have to figure out why the hell doesn't it do that. But to do that, I definitely need some food. And then we're going to see if we can reproduce this with some logging. And then... yeah, where did it start failing here? Yeah, anyways, we're going to figure it out. At least understand why it's happening and hopefully actually fix it. So I don't think we need to do this. We can like rely on that logic for now. And then what we're rather going to do is when we do have an error here, which is definitely when we try to apply it. We can do a tiny try catch around that. We don't really need to know the error. We just need to understand what the fuck. And what's the let's oops, what the hell, let's just prep this. So let's give it an object where we have the transformed operation OT.doc. We need to know incoming operations. What are those like? Yeah. Okay. I'll be back in less than 30 minutes. Let's see. And maybe I'll see you then. Let's see, countdown. There we go. Okay, let's see what the hell is going on here. Did I build? Probably not. Oh, I have to run it again. Yeah, I have pretty short lunches. Especially when I'm working on something, just shove it in. Let's see. I'm just No, that's not what I wanted to do. I want to go here. Oh. Was it? Let's try again. Yeah, prototype project in Figma. Yeah. Let's see. There we go. So the logic is definitely working. That's a good thing. Like we completely revamped the whole thing. But for some reason we still have the same issue. So let's see if we can reproduce it more easily. Oh, nice. Oh. So it didn't actually happen here. So where did it happen? Process change event. Yeah, it happened here in process change event. And in apply. Oh, is it this one that's failing? Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, crazy. I think it sounds like a good process to me. At least it must be very encouraging. I find it very discouraging when I have like ideas in my head. I start coding and then I kind of, oh, what should I do about this? And what should I do about this? And then I went down the wrong path and now this doesn't fit. And I think it makes a lot of sense to, especially if you find that motivating and fun to build stuff up in Figma. It's yeah, it sounds like a good process to me. But still, yeah, and then develop in CodeSandbox and deploy, yeah, on iPad. Do you develop with the iPad CodeSandbox app? Okay, so we're going to look at where catch. Ooh, early, what the fuck? Then document by events. Document by event. This document by events. And what was the operation? Yeah, I find this peculiar. Let's just change this to be a bit more. Yeah, I wonder what happened there. So it means that almost like, because what was the debug statement? Yeah, no, it just suddenly failed up there, which is weird. And yeah, and let's just throw the error here. Let's see. Terminal. I think I'm getting sick. Well, I actually been sick for a while. Like when you have kids, they get like partially sick, and then you get like a quarter sick, and it just, yeah. And if they get fully sick, you get half sick. It's you just feel like shit. It's really annoying. Let's see. Oh, iPad to external display. Oh, that's nice. That's a good tip for us as well. Like in terms of highlighting features. Yeah, I've been I have such a nice setup in my office. I haven't been using the iPad that much, but it's pretty amazing. Like when I've tried it, it just blows my mind that I can actually have a full development environment on my iPad. It's crazy. Let's see. There we go. Wait, what the fuck? Which apply is this? Isn't it this one? Yeah, because that was weird to me. It must be this one. Maybe we made a mistake there. So what could happen? So let's think about what might have happened here. So we are here. We are. Oh. Yeah, I think this is the problem. Prev document by events. We forgot to change that. Oops. Oops. I keep thinking of this kind of technology existed at the time of my college. Yeah, you think the technology would have evolved in a different way, or you as a person evolved in a different way? Or college would have evolved in a different way. Or the world. Person, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's kind of just looking at our kids now. Like when I went to school, like we didn't even have mobile phones at all. And I got my first computer at the age of like 11, 12 or something. Like, yeah, it's pretty amazing. And I'm and just with games and everything, like a lot of games, it's way more like like you have this part of gaming industry which is just about grabbing attention and monetization, but you also have a lot of amazing games in terms of puzzle solving and coordination and all this stuff. It's so fun to see our like 5-year-old daughter, how she freaking like Super Mario. She's just amazing. I'm playing these other games like Unravel on Xbox. which also like tells a story, and yeah, it's fascinating. Yeah, I guess my point is that like the technology they have, like they're going to evolve in a very different way, pointing to your point. Let's see, did we restart now? Yeah. Okay, where the hell is this coming from? Invalid. Where the hell is these coming from? Received invalid operation. Okay, yeah, so I think we kind of fixed the issue, but now we produce a different issue. So this was related to... where the hell is this? This is down here. Though I do wonder, how could that happen? The operation... Oh, why can't I see... Oh wait, did that actually happen here? Oh yeah, so this... God damn it. So this probably happened here. There was something else here going on. But it's our error. Received invalid operation. Why aren't I getting any stack trace for this? OT received invalid operation. Where the hell do we do? Oops. Oh. Don't we have... Do I have to branch it? Ah. Where the hell does that happen? Received invalid... Oh, this might actually be in picture client. Received invalid operation. I'm having a hard time working with like lack of stack traces and stuff. It's really bad. Okay, so it happens because we are trying to apply a server operation. And it says that it's invalid. How can that happen? The only reason I can imagine it's invalid, and this... yeah, so this even happens before we... So we must have changed the document to something that's not valid. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to... every time we make a change to the document, we're going to log that. So whenever we apply something, we're going to give it current state of the document, doc this document by event. We're going to give it any incoming incoming applied operations. And we're also going to do the same when we incoming operations. Yeah, and we're going to show the OT doc, this the picture doc, OT client document. Because here we're not making any changes to yeah, it might have caused some that's funny. Like, how can incoming operations not be able to be applied to the document at all? That doesn't make any sense. Because then, yeah, that's really, really weird. Because we're not messing around with that. We're only applying. Huh. Yeah, I find that very strange. But let's see if this helps. Oh, now we have this huge. Okay. Oh, nice. I like it when okay, so we changed the document. What the fuck? Oh yeah, sorry. So we no incoming operations. We added an O. Immediately we got an error. But where? Where are these errors coming from? The operation space length is I don't understand where these errors are coming from. Is it here? Let's do a what the fuck on it. And then I'm wondering where the hell the operation space length. Okay, so I have a feeling. Okay, so maybe we have a problem here. No, I don't think that could be it. I have such bad stack traces, so I have to kind of like catch failed apply new document by event. I kind of have to do it all around everything here. I don't understand. Yeah, extension like this is really, I had a demo last Friday how at CodeSandbox we're going to do extension development, and it's so much more accessible than VS Code extensions. Just the dev environment of VS Code extensions it's icky. Failed detecting incoming, apply, whatever. We have to figure out where these errors are coming from so I understand what piece of logic is actually. Yeah, how could this happen? So this would, okay. Processing event. That's also something. Okay, whatever. We just have to play around with this until we find it. Kind of annoying, but yeah. It's so easy to reproduce. Okay. Okay, cool. So we know failed detecting incoming apply. Well, yeah, but that I think that happens because of this first error. So we are processing an event, but it's not failing here. And this, oh, maybe this, can this fail? Okay, let's try checking that as well. Where is it? Processing event. I'm using the CodeSandbox theme, actually. But now if I don't have the operation, dagnagit. Try, okay, let's just call it operation, OT, text operation. Oh my god, this is so annoying. Catch. Converting event. This is horrible debugging. All right. So I got a what the fuck error. Oh, sorry. Processing event. Where is this error coming from? God damn it. It just says error. So it's not coming from. I'm processing the event. Is it because of an incoming? Is it like in between? Where the hell is this coming from? I'm processing the event and then I get an error. It's not this one. It's not this one. It's not this one. Is it this one? But then it will be a what the fuck error. It's not a what the fuck error. Huh? So it can't be this code. Like, cause I have a try around the whole thing. And I just get this error. How am I going to figure out where this error is coming from? Oh yeah, it's the OT invalid operation. But how can that happen? Wasn't that here? Oh, received. Okay, where's OT invalid operation then? On invalid. Okay, on invalid. Oh, this on OT client. Okay. Was that the error? No. The operation's base length must be equal to the strings. What was the error? The operation's base length must be equal to the... I'm confused. Where is this coming from? It's an type OT invalid operation, which is what this emitter... OT invalid operation. I don't understand. Oh, error. Okay. Apply client operation. Okay, so we are... Oh. Okay, I know what the problem is. So we have this recovery logic. It's firing the recovery logic. So it expects the operation that we apply to result in... Oh, okay. I think I know what's wrong. Yeah, so that's the thing. Like, we have recovery logic, and that I can sometimes stumble in that because because it's just suddenly just changes the document when there's an error, and that just leads to more errors. But we have an initial error here. It's the thing we pass here. So we want to apply this transformed operation, and we expect that to become the same as a current document. And this is where I think things go wrong, because this isn't the latest OT document. This is just, yeah. So I think we should just say this picture doc. I'll finish that, and we're going to remove this later. So the thing is, this document by event, that isn't the latest version of the document. It's an intermediate document that ensures eventual consistency. So when we pass that here, you might have a not eventual consistency yet, but apply client expects it to be. So I'm just going to fake it here right now. And then we're going to see what happens. Yeah, there's a lot of history to this collaboration. I gotten smarter for every iteration, but it's really tricky stuff. Oh, now it failed completely. Oh, yeah, wait a minute. this will of course fail. We actually have to OT client. We have to give it the expected result, so we're just going to apply it. Apply OT client document. Sorry, my bad. Again, this is going to be removed if this turns out to be the best solution. Summarizing all this context for everyone is going to be a challenge in itself. What the fuck? Okay, so yeah, document by events is OP. OT doc is, oh, no, wait. Yeah, sorry. And this should be retain 1 P and retain 2. So skip that first one, add the P, have a space, and keep the H. What was the actual error here? Yeah, because this looks correct. We have this document by events. This is in the OT doc. This is the thing we were actually trying to solve. And we have transformed the operation correctly. So it should produce... Yeah, I wonder what the error is. Okay, let's check what that error is. What I like, the OT client that we're using is actually part of a different repo, but I want to move it. And maybe, but before I move it, I want to make sure that this actually works. So okay, it's oh, so wait a minute, and now we're, what the fuck? And now we're down here. How did we get? Oh, was that because of the... Okay, I'm going to make sure that we're in a better state. So we do one thing at a time here. Oh, this is interesting. It seems like when we remove something and then we start typing, then it goes wrong. And we are processing the event, but at some point here, it... so something here is failing, but it's not failing converting. It's not failing here. It's not failing here. It must be failing here. or here? The operations. Okay, let's look. Is it on transform? The operations. Where the hell are the errors? Oh, sorry, text operation. Okay, so it's in compose. What was the error? Okay, so it was during. Yeah. Okay, so it was related to apply. Oh yeah, well, of course we see it there. Oh, sorry, failed detecting incoming apply. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, then we should look at what the hell is wrong here. So let's have prev document. And then, oh, sorry, this should be new. Yeah, it's me having typos. My bad, I think. Fail detecting incoming apply. So it thought, okay, but at least now we have a very specific context this happens. Detecting incoming, this is the operation it tried to apply to new document by events. Let's do that. Try to apply that operation. And let's also look at all the incoming. And then to identify if no is ready to opening incoming, we cannot just compare operation as the user might have typed something in between. We rather need to check if we have a matching document, as we might have multiple incoming operations to traverse. Where we have a match. So basically here we are new documents. Yeah, so this is correct. Prev document by events. Oh wait. Yeah, I don't think we can actually do this. Because when we go into history here, we might have added something, like we might have. Yeah. This won't work. Because the thing is that we might have an intermediate change that has basically changed this to something that will eventually be consistent. But for us to Think. No, wait. No, this should work. We have to look at this. New document, incoming applied operation. And this is the content it tries to be added to. And let's just have, this was the initial. This is so mind-bending. The good thing it's so easy to reproduce though. And I could probably have created a test that simulates the behavior of VS Code, but the problem is I don't understand how VS Code works in terms of this async applying thing. So this is the only way I see that we can really test this. Oh wait, we're getting another error first. So where's this coming from? So the operations base length. So we have an apply in processing event that fails. Oh, so it seems to be just us doing this. No, wait, error? No. It's hitting this one. But how's that possible? It's an apply. Which apply? Oh, maybe it's here. Okay, let's do console.log invert apply. So we have, at this point we know the user made a change, but the user might have made a change in between handling incoming operation. That means we need to transform the operation that we guarantee it fits with the current OT document. We do that by taking the current OT document and inversing until it matches the current document. Oh. Prev document by events. Sorry. I think okay, no matter. Let's just add some logging here. We're trying to, we have a pending op, matching doc, and we have OT doc, and we have prev document by events. Okay, let's build and see what the hell happens here. Sometimes it just works, which is annoying. Oh, this is interesting. So this, yeah, so this is the deletion thing I don't quite understand. So we have new document by events, okay. We have some incoming. Where are we? Fail detecting. So we were in a state where I had produced OP. I would expect we should really have the picture document here. OT doc is this the picture doc OT client document. So I would expect this to be O H. But I don't think we should look at this one, because the reason is I want to tackle one thing at a time, and I noticed I did something different in my test now. So we can build so we get some more info, but let's move back to the actual test. Oops. Okay. Okay, so it failed on detecting incoming because it has, what's the error actually? Yeah, it's an apply. It's so we tried to apply. We have, okay, so yeah, exactly. So the OT document has op he and we only have op he, and then the incoming applied operation we're trying to apply to new document by events is retain 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and it should be 8. That's the problem. That's why it's not able to apply it. And the question is, why is it? Why is it? Yeah, so prev. How is this possible? Oh, wait, I think I know why. Yeah, wait, this is wrong. Now the thing is, what I think can happen here is that when this operation was actually applied, well, that's the thing, like, okay, so let's imagine that prev document by events has this, I think that's what happened. It has this P, but that's not what the OT document originally had. It just had OPO and then HE, and then we were going to add the H here. And because I add, so when it can't find a change, oh god damn it. So when it can't find a change here, like a match and incoming operation, it goes down here and it produces apply client, and it also updates the, like we do way up here. We just add it there. But the problem is that at this point in time, it's not really there yet. So we should only update the document by events when we don't have any incoming operations left, or we won't be able to match it. Or no, that's what I meant. Like, we shouldn't, to figure out yeah, this is where I'm thinking wrong. So we're currently unable to get to the point of the document when where this operation was applied. Because we had an intermediate change changing that version of the document, like on the document by events. Okay, I need to think. So, what? What do we actually? We need a solid mechanism for identifying what events are actually related to incoming operations, so that we can ignore them. So that we can ignore them. And one way of doing that is how the hell do I do that? Because what we're doing now is that we're taking intermediate changes and we're adding them to the end of the OT history by transforming it. We add it to the end. But in terms of this comparison, that change needs to be there already in the history, but we can't change OT history. How are we going to figure out what incoming operations? So what if for every incoming operation we save this is, I don't understand, because okay, I think I know what we need to do. So since this is incoming applied operations, this is our array. It's our set of operations. We can actually transform them as well. So that when we do this thing where we add it at the end, matching doc, apply, we get this incoming operations length. So this transformed op should not only be what we finally apply, but it should also be, yeah, So the transformed operation is the thing that we put at the end. But for these operations, like these incoming applied operations to be valid, they need to act as if they actually got the P, in this case, added at the moment it was actually added. So that means, yeah, that's how we should deal with it. But that means, how would we do that? So now we're taking pending operation and we're kind of transforming this operation to make it part of the final result. But I think we also need to do the opposite. And I think number 1 here is the opposite result. So we want 0 to become this variable, and then we want a, b. So we want this to be a. What the hell? Why can't I do this? Okay. Oh, sorry. I'm confused. Cannot find name. Oh. And then we have to say this incoming. I'm just going to try it now. X to be B. So we are basically changing all operations. What I wonder is, like, why isn't it always from 0? Wouldn't that be the case? Yeah, I'm very curious about that. Maybe we can think about that later. I'm a little bit unsure if this... we could put this in the sandbox first just to see if it works. Because we already have the... Because here we have the transformed op. Yeah, let's do this. Let's change this so that we do AB transformed op equals A, and then pending ops X equals B. And then we're going to look at that thing, and we're also going to look at the pending ops. What happened to them? Did they suddenly now have... Oh, goddamn. Did they suddenly now have the P in there? So they started out as retain 1 E. And what did I do here? I added... what the hell did I do? Yeah, retain 1, insert A, right? So now these are transformed. You see this? From 1 to 2, because I added an A before it. And 3, 4, 5. Yeah, this is exactly what should happen. To do. Does this ever become anything else than 0? Cool. Okay, let's see now what happens. So now those operations are basically compatible with comparison again. Oh, no, there it is. That certainly didn't work. So I have new document by events, OPH, OTDoc is prev document by events. Oh, did I remove? Wait, did I remove anything? No. Okay, so the OTDoc has OPHE. New document by events has now the age, but I was trying to apply, yeah, the age. What failed? So retain for 1, 2, 3, 4, insert the age. And the error was, do I have an error? No, I didn't add the error. But what was wrong here? So new document by events, 1, 2, 3. Oh, it already has it. Is it okay? So it might be. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I don't think this makes sense. Okay, let's try again. We only have one place where we create a new version of that document. Oh. God damn it. So document by events. OTDoc is empty. Transformed up. Oh yeah, so this happened because. Wait a minute. Let's get back to an okay state again. I have no idea what happened there. So it's processing OOP, OPH, and then it failed detecting incoming. Yeah, we still have something wrong with this logic. So it stated that the OT document thing is that I have a feeling that, yeah. Anyways, so the OT doc had OPHHE, and the incoming, we tried to apply an age. Question is which one of them? I think we need the index as well. Well, I guess we can check it. Incoming operations. So yeah, base length 5. So it was the first operation. We try to apply that to new document by events, and that's wrong. It's like it's the wrong document. It's almost like it doesn't. Oh my god. Oh. I always took the first operation. Of course that will fail. Did I do the same somewhere else? I have. No, there I did the X. I need power. Power. Yeah, I'm just going downstairs to grab some a power source for my MacBook. 2 seconds. Do I have? Should be. Oh my god, it's right on the. Okay, we're good. Okay, let's see now. For fuck's sake. Oh, invert apply. Interesting. Okay, let's look at that later. Wait a minute, there's something horribly wrong with the OT document. We're going to save this file. Yeah, I think it's. Let's save this file. This is how it's going to look. Let's close it. Let's open it again. Let's open it again here. And we're going to refresh this thing. Yeah, like it's possible to bring the document to a bad state on the server as well. So no, wait, is this? No, that's just. But like there's something really weird going on here. Like on the other computer, it looks super weird. What the fuck is happening here? Is it because I'm... No, because I'm changing them. Wait a minute. Let's just... I'm closing it here again. Let's save this one. Yeah, this is... Wow, this is weird. I need to refresh over here. You have not opened this file? What the hell is happening? Wow. What the hell happened there? Oh, I'm starting to get tired. Like it's... I get like dealing with this kind of coding. The worst part is like just focusing. It's exhausting. Why aren't we able to... I think it's failed to fetch workspaces. Isn't that great? Like you're debugging and then your environment is just... What the fuck is happening here? God damn it. Sign out. Sign in. Goddamn development environments. Ah. Sign in. What the hell is going on here? Come on. Oh, there we go. That was weird. Let's see. Okay. Wait a minute. There's something weird. This is not the contents I have on my other editor. Wow. Now it's there. This is super weird. Yeah, this isn't... What the hell is happening here? So it said -9. It's still -9. Wait a minute. There's something very weird going on here. I try to apply that incoming operation. And everything's okay here. The OT doc. Oh wait, yeah, sorry. This should have been handled up here. Sorry, that was the problem. So we had an incoming operation. Okay, sorry. I guess this is kind of key to what we're trying to do here. Did I remove something? I think I did. Okay, so we did have an incoming applied operation. And it did apply it correctly. And that should have been the case. I'm just wondering if this return... let's see. I have a feeling this return just exits the scope and then it just continues, which it shouldn't do. But then this should be... Yeah, I wonder what happened here. New documents by events. I find this very, very curious. If new document by event... No, wait a minute. Go. Okay, so I'm always applying if new... Oh, equals this dot. Yeah. No, wait. Wait. What the hell is this logic? So what we're trying to do here is... we know that we have incoming operations. So we have already applied that incoming operation to the document by events, but we also have the previous version. So what we want to do here is we want to go back to that first incoming operation and we want to apply it to the old version of the document. And then as soon as it becomes equal to the current state of the document, yeah, exactly, then it's okay. Then we remove it. And now we've also managed to like transform them so they will actually have any intermediate changes. Yes. Okay. This needs so much documentation that it's just, yeah, a lot of documentation. What the hell happened there? Ah, for fuck's sake. Why is this so difficult? And this was just a simple... Oh. Yeah, now we're just getting an error again. This is like unrelated to received invalid operation. That shouldn't be possible. I'm just doing some family planning here. Our oldest started school and she's, yeah, it's not like, it's only been a month, but yeah, being 5 years old, starting school, it's not, yeah, so this one I'm very curious about. It seems to me that I don't understand how this can happen. Well, first of all, it says retain 4 and add an E. It should be retain 5. I don't understand that, how that's possible. Received invalid, like what it means is that the thing that we actually got from the server is not applicable, which makes absolutely no sense. Let's see, I'm going to do this. We're going to refresh and we're just going to like just add operations as normal just to see how it could happen. I find it very weird. Okay, so like this is working just fine, but it's when we do it at the same time. Yeah, even there, like they have how is this possible? They have different contents. How is that possible? And I'm not getting any. I wonder if I need to copy over the OT client. It's the time to do that now. Because there's something happening under the hood here, I think. Yeah, because this is how it should. Yeah, okay, sorry. This is how it should look. Okay, so it is correct, the OT document. But for some reason, we are lacking something here. Okay, this is interesting. We can actually track this. processing event. And we got all the way down here. Yeah, so the point is, it seems to not be able to find the matching document, but it doesn't like fail. It's just not able to. Yeah, because here are the two operations that's missing. So for some reason it wasn't able to find them. But more so, there doesn't seem to have been any event for these. Okay, we're going to add the actual event content changes. Just to make sure that we, yeah, this is, because that's, if that's the case, that we apply an operation and it just doesn't trigger an event, how the fuck are we going to handle it then? Like, that makes absolutely no sense. So, space. Oh, I forgot to build. Oh, did I actually build the latest changes? I'm unsure. Yeah, something went wrong. Yeah, they look different now. Okay. So, god damn it. Where did it go wrong? It went wrong on the Yeah, I'm basically missing the two last events. So again, let's look at, yeah, so we have two incoming operations, an H and an E. Yeah, the two last H and E's. So we're missing those. And we're processing, let's see. Yeah, so I think they're like different. Okay, 16. The event coming in is, yeah, this is the last E. So there should be a 16H here. It's not here. And this is the P. It's the O. That's insane. Are you kidding me? Okay, I wonder if this is the actual process. So Okay, so we can also what the fuck? Why aren't we getting that as an event? Apply edit. Well, we can take a look at, but that should throw an error. No, wait. Okay, so let's console.log. And new edits. Okay. Let's also apply those. This is very interesting. Like I think we're getting onto something here. Or what I mean to say is we're closing in on something. Yeah, already it's wrong. Okay, so we let's see what's happening. We are applying what? Yeah, that stuff. Oh, look at this. False. We're getting false. What? That's what's happening. We're getting false. Why is it false? Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Okay, this makes sense. So it seems that, okay, so we can actually get false. That was a relief. And why do we get false? Make changes to one or many blah blah all are applied in same order in which they have been added. If multiple textual inserts are made at the same position, these strings appear in the resulting text in the order the inserts were made, unless there are interleave with research. When applying a workspace that consists only of text edit and all or nothing strategy, a workspace edit with certain creations aborts. A workspace edit with resource creations. How can that fail? Because it states that when applying a workspace edit that consists only of text edits, an all or nothing strategy is used. A workspace edit with resource creations or deletions aborts the operation. But we're not doing that. We're just applying it. So what I think we can do is that so what could have happened here is that maybe I inserted this P thing in between, and it actually caused this operation to be transformed. Which means Yeah, so let's imagine we added a p here. It would definitely go through and replace these operations. And now it is transformed in such a way that it can be applied to the document, which also means it can be inserted into the document. So I have a feeling that when this fails, we need to try again with the updated operation. The problem though is how can we confidently reference the operation? I think this needs to be a map instead, where the key is the original operation and the value is the transformed operation. So we're going to say map of operation, new map. Yeah, well, I can do this instead. So we can try that. So basically we set with operation. And we set operation. Does it, what about order? Oh, fuck. Okay, sorry. It needs to be in order, but we need, yeah, maybe that's even a better. So we'll say this is an array of and transformed. So we'll rather push original, transform. These are the same at the moment. Because that allows us to, or is there a better way? Like I can't use the index because it might change. Yeah, no, I have to do this. So we'll need to do that, and then when we go through this, we use the transformed one. And that's the transformed one. Yeah, I guess we should always use the transform because that's only a lookup, the thing we added. So that what I wonder though is if this fails. If this fails, can I just apply it again? Document applied to. Okay, we're going to try this and see what happens at least. This incoming operations find incoming op dot operation original equals operation transformed. And we are basically going to do this again. We're just going to test it to see what happens. Just say that it's there. The problem is like this one was false and this one was true. So I'm just, yeah, but as long as we have this queue, we should be good. Retrying operation, retrying apply with the transformed operation. Yeah, let's look at the operation and transformed operation, see if it actually changed. Oh, this is interesting. I didn't know those could fail. I thought VS Code would just make them work. But it's really interesting that I feel so confident about the logic on the other side that it's a good sign that we are able to identify that this is like deeper. Yeah. Retrying apply. Okay. Retrying apply. So it definitely changed. But now, yeah. Of course, apply operation to model doesn't work now because now the transform operation is for a different document. Oh. Now, we could argue that what the fuck? So now the OT, like you try to use the latest version of the OT document, but it doesn't feel that safe. Because so let's imagine there are like 5 operations in the queue. In this case, there are 2. And the second operation that's still waiting, that has already changed its document. So that could, for example, be removing some stuff. God damn it. What's interesting about this is only about applying the operation to, like, creating an edit out of the operation. I wonder why why does it need the code? Oh yeah. Oh, of course. It needs to know lines and stuff. Yeah, so there's one problem here is that this transformed operation is really related to but I wonder why it fails. It just says false. Would it still be false if I tried again? Or was it like because I was making an edit? Let's try that. Maybe it's not necessary to do this. Maybe we can just try again. And the false was just, yeah. So we're going to not do all this stuff. We're just going to do the new edits again. See what happens. Well, the problem though, no, we have to do that. We have to recreate it. Because now what happens is that this edit is based on like the old version of the document, but we changed it and we have represented that change by the transformed operation. But for some reason, when we apply that operation to the model with the old contents, I think we need to do the same here. Or no, god damn it, because now this operation, like, so there's a P in here that's breaking the whole thing. And this version of the operation doesn't have that P. And not the document either. That's something that VS Code just put in there. And we are not able to. We need a similar mechanism here. So what we do have is well, we do have, oh wait, no wait, yeah, exactly. I don't think this should just be this dot document by events, because that's what we have now. That's what the transformed operation is based on. Okay. Let's try that. No, that didn't work. Damn it. Did I add try. Oops. What did I do? It's not here it fails, it's here it fails. Retrying apply. Could not retry. And we're going to add this.document by events. We're going to have the transformed operation. Wow. Is there anything else? Yeah, we could also document apply to just to take a look at it. Yeah, okay. Let's take a look at that. Retrying apply. Where? What the fuck? Are you? Retrying apply. Oh, there it worked. But huh? So where was this coming from? Now we're getting 2 events here. What the fuck? Retrying apply. What the hell is happening here? H3. But we also have an H on 4. Why do we have that? And why is it on the same event? And now it suddenly worked. But now we're getting... Yeah, so I think this is because we get duplicate events here. It will be interesting to see how these two changed. So it seems to me that like these 2 events coming in here, the first is the one that failed, and then this is the transform one. And then suddenly when we try again, we get both of them. That's what it looks like to me. And then everything just fails. So what we could do here is that we don't actually... I know there's some logic related to the order of which these... I feel very confident that's the case here. It fails, and then for some reason that event is still there. Like, I've never seen us actually dealing with multiple events. So a way to deal with this is that we only handle the first event. Maybe there is some... Yeah, this is what you get when you don't know what the hell is apply edit. What does VS Code do? What happens when it fails? Okay, but we're going to try to do that. We're going to try to only handle the first event, and we can do that simply by where do we actually add the events? So we have, oh, sorry. Here we are. Pending event. Oh. Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah. Okay, so this is pending event. Pending event equals So are we always sending? No, here we're sending events. Okay. Process change event. Okay, I guess this is where we failing apply edit causes all the events to be sent. The failed apply event to be sent. That's, if that's the case, that's pretty messed up. I actually have a meeting with someone. I think maybe I have to cancel it. I have to get this working. Well, try to get it working. Yeah, you see this? We get both of them. Oh, but what you know what also happens? This is fucked up. We actually get both of them. So this is so fucked up. So when it fails, wait a minute, this makes no sense. Why do I have this text? On the other screen, I just have HE. Here I have HH. Let's see. That's the P. Do we have any H? Processing event. Oh, sorry. O. E. Okay, there we have processing HE. And then we have processing P. Yeah. And then we're trying to send in the H, but it fails. And now we have two H's. But what I don't understand is why it doesn't. Oh, wait a minute. You know what we should do? We should just do that, right? Yeah, of course. Let's see. Where is it? Where is the thingy? We should just always do this. What I mean to say is we should always do this. Go and grab the transformed version. Okay. Well, no, that doesn't make any sense. Fuck, that doesn't make any sense, does it? Okay, so what I think needs to happen here is we need to move this out of the queue. So this needs to happen immediately. And then when we actually... Oh, what did I do now? Is it gone? Okay, anyways. And then we have to check. So we're just pushing in incoming operations. In the queue. And then when we actually handle them, I guess there's still a scenario where we hit that P after this and then it fails, and then I guess that's the question. When did it happen? Did it happen after this, or did it happen? Okay, but we can try it and see what happens. So we're going to... Yeah, of course. We don't need to search. We can just... incoming operations, push. Operation reference, and then we can just point to the operation reference here. Transformed. And then this should always be document by events. Okay, let's just see how this works, just to learn. But I'm having a feeling that we can't actually deal with this. Or at least I've learned a lot, so I have to go back and think again. Like if this is a constraint that we can't trust adding the edit and get the event, like... Oh, now nothing works. Oh, this is for the... No, wait. Handle incoming operation. Yeah, sorry. Why the... God damn it. Let's just refresh just to see better. Okay, so these are working. Okay, I think we were in a bad state. Yeah. Okay, so if I do this, yeah, so here we got the false. Yeah, there's not much good vibes here, Yona. God God damn it. I've been struggling. Okay. So why? Well, first of all, we don't need to log that. Where is it? Processing, handle incoming. Wait, did I? Oh yeah, I removed that. So we'll have to see. How could that fail? Well, it's of course, if we do this while but what I don't understand is that it says that it failed. I don't think it actually failed inserting. I don't think it failed inserting. It just failed emitting the event. So it kind of came along on the next change. So, because it was still there, the change. But of course it was inserted on the wrong position. But the fundamental problem, which has always been the same, is that we might try to apply an operation, and in the meantime you change the document in VS Code, which means that that applying is wrong. It's just wrong, and there's nothing we can do about it. One thing is if it failed and we could do something about it, but we can't. That makes me very upset. God damn it. And maybe I should find a new profession. Drive a bus. I always wanted to drive a bus. It's important that people drive well. Like not thinking technology. But I like people helping people and people being like dependent on your skills. And driving a bus seems fun. Big wheel, nice seat. But what are we going to do about this? What's interesting though is that when we had false here now, we're not getting a duplicate event. So anonymous, where did this error come from? I guess oh yeah, it might have come. Oh wait a minute, maybe this is, yeah, because this is also async. That shouldn't be async. So I think we just did something wrong up here. Yeah, we don't need to await this. But I do wonder how that could fail. Okay, let's just continue. But we have identified the core issue. It's because for some reason this becomes false. But why the hell does it become false? Oh, I have to tell. Yeah. Oh, for fuck's sake. Now we don't have any false, but we're still getting an operation error. But is this OT received invalid operation? I find that very, very fascinating, how that can happen. How is that possible? It feels like something else. I don't understand. Like, how can we receive an invalid operation? Because everything we send is valid, so it doesn't make sense. Yeah, it's so easy to reproduce. Again, incoming, received operation. It's almost like they have different understanding of what's the truth. Okay, but let's look at this now. So the OT document is OPH, and it tries to retain 4 and insert the E, which should be, so it should retain 5. So we had this P popping up here. Goddamn P's. But what I don't understand is how it's almost like it didn't process. So I guess this was the P. Yeah. Processing event. I need to know that it's actually being applied. So let's check that. Yeah, and we can remove a ton of stuff here now. So we can do this. Yeah, this can now be operation. No, what did I do? Oh yeah. Let's remove this. This doesn't seem to happen anymore. And let's remove this. Well, let's keep that. What I'm wondering is, so we are processing the event, and this is the result of it. But this was the P. Yeah, so this is actually adding the P also to the OT document, which I don't understand. So when we get this operation in, it should that should be handled. Even though that was produced, the operation's base length needs to be equal to, this is, I don't understand this. This is something that oh, wait a minute. I think I know why. It's because we moved it out of get operation. Get operation. I think it's because of this thing. We're grabbing the operation too early. But still I'm confused by that. Oh, come on. So client get operation. Yeah. No, I think this is wrong. We actually should do this within the queue. But what happens now is that we have no way of dealing with the issue. Like if this fails, it fails, and there's no way to handle it. So we're kind of so I think actually the logic we already had. No, we have fixed an issue for sure. But No, I don't understand this. Why does this fail? Received invalid operation. It states that because the document is has changed, but it should transform that operation. That's the whole point. So when we do get operation, which we do immediately, we do this transform server operation, and the whole point of this is to transform the operation. Yeah, I don't understand this. I don't understand. I'm just wondering if I should move the OT client. Oh, what the hell did I do? Lunch? How did that pop up there? Okay, I'm pretty stuck now. I have no idea how to fix this. Like it seems to me that it's impossible to create a predictable apply edit. And I don't understand why we get this. I don't. And I don't understand, yeah, why does apply edit give false? Like, how is that possible to... Okay, I think we need, okay, so this, we aren't fixing it this way, but we have learned a lot. We have learned that we can create an in-between document where the goal is to be, it's basically the goal for that document is to sync VS Code changes with the OT document. Make them agree with each other. So maybe what we would rather want to do is not... What the hell? Oh, no active picture connection. Maybe we should... So if... Okay, so what's interesting, when this P enters in between, and we start handling this thing, this document already has that P. So even just grabbing this operation should really fail in that sense. So maybe we could see what happens there. This document. Yeah, let's, I don't know. Thank you. It's funny, when we get into that state of not having a picture connection in development, it doesn't work very well to... Do I need to like sign out to make it work? Yeah, Interesting. Let's see. Incoming fail. So processing. Okay, so God damn it. So here I have the OT document has more contents. Because what it tried to okay, so this was basically the applying that failed and no operations. So the last thing it handled was yeah, freaking P. But this was the applying. Oh wait, sorry. Oh, and I didn't add the error. So I guess this is the get operation thing fails. I'm going to try to actually use this document. See how that works. No, because this expects it to be. No, that would be correct. Yeah. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh, that horribly failed. Yeah, differs from provided content. So what's interesting though is that it says false here. So it kind of happens after we have a faulty. Oh yeah, of course. So this should actually work. The problem is that we're getting false here. And that's, I would guess, is it the magical P? Yes. Okay. So that's interesting. This is, even though this fails, it's because the event hasn't gone through. And we started processing the next operation. And Okay, so if we again if not did work, we're going to do the same. We're going to do this this thing. Console.log did not work. And let's why can't I? Oh yeah, this is more. You edits too. Oh wait. I have to produce a new workspace edit. Oh, is that? Oh wait, was that why it gave 2 events? Oh wait a minute. Wait a minute. Maybe this actually fixes it. Where are we? Because I use the same edit, right? But I need to create a new edit. Yeah. That's probably it. Edit 2. Okay, I have to be very explicit there. Okay, so maybe we'll are able to save this. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Like, I just edited the existing edits. Now I had like 2. Yeah, 2 changes to it. The old one and the new one. That makes sense. OMG, is it working? So we do get some did not work, but it tries again with the transform. Oh, I just got butterflies. I'm not sure if I should have. OMG, it's fucking working. It's fucking working. I can't believe this. It's actually working. Look at this. I'm doing exactly the same thing. I can't break it. OMG! It's I can't believe this. It's oh yeah, that's one thing. Like typing at the same spot, that should fail quite horribly. That's something I'm going to look at. But that's not something I'm trying to solve at this moment. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, that's something we can try to fix in a different session. Yeah. Because that's more tricky. And I think it might have something to do with selections. So what's happening is that as I'm typing here, I'm replacing the selection on the other editor, which is like not good. Ah, this is amazing. when we do apply edit, well, I wonder, is the operation actually transformed? Yeah. Okay, this is amazing. I can't believe it. We actually fixed it. Of course, we need to look at the other issue, but this worked. The theory worked. Awesome. I'm proud of myself. But I'm going to an all-hands session with the company for 30 minutes. Then I have a session with a colleague. And then I'm going to just clean this up and create a PR for it. Yeah, and I need to document the thing. So that's not fun. Well, not. It's kind of nice, but it's not fun to watch. So yeah, for anyone who followed along on this journey, thank you. Just talking out loud helps me a ton, and I hope, even though this was a very niche issue, hope you got some insight into like some of the complexities we need to deal with, and that we are just horrible developers, all of us, using bad approaches like console logging and flailing all over the place, and yeah, that's what it's like. So we'll talk later, I guess. Bye for now.